Morning, welcome to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Before we begin, I'm going to ask Mr. Cummins to lead us in prayer.
Let's pray. Father God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for all the blessings of life. We ask you to forgive us where we failed you. Lead and guide us today. Stay with clear minds, calm nerves, and just lead us in what's right. We ask all this in your name. Amen.
Amen. The board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. Today, we are a 3-member panel of the board with 1 serving as an alternate, but who will not participate in either the deliberations or the decision concerning these cases. At this time, I'd like the board members to introduce themselves, starting to my left.
Drew Calhoun, Jeremy Cummins,
Sandra Culpepper,
Janie Clanton.
Beverly Oliver. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the Assistant Attorney General, Kristen Love.
Good morning. I am Kristen Love, and I was the hearing officer for matters before the board today. I'll call up the first matter on the docket. Case number 2023-0745 involving the licensee, Ms. Jennifer Mapp, license number R-923714. Again, I'm Kristen Love, and I'll serve as the hearing officer. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, see to the orderly process of the proceeding, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the board that are on this panel to state their names for the record.
Jeremy Cummins,
Sandra Culpepper.
Janie Clanton. And do we have an alternate this morning?
Drew Calhoun, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Is our alternate. All right, thank you. And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
Is the licensee, Ms. Mapp, present? Yes. Ms. Mapp, are you represented by an attorney?
No, ma'am.
I have a few questions. Because you're not represented by an attorney. You understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand you actually have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
Understanding all of this, you wish to proceed with your hearing today without legal representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to identify the individuals in attendance that will give testimony today. So if you're going to testify today in this matter, please state your name for the record.
Me, Jennifer Mapp.
Please go swear you.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. The parties in this matter have executed an agreed stipulation of facts. The agreed stipulation of facts are contained in proposed exhibit B6 on page 15. What this means is the parties have entered into an agreed stipulation of facts related to what happened. The stipulation means that the state and the licensee have agreed to accept as truth the particular propositions of fact, and the panel, as the trier of fact, accepts the stipulation as undisputed and proven. Because there is no disagreement related to the facts, there is no need for additional evidence to be presented apart from the stipulation itself and the supporting documentation. The board will not call any witnesses since the relevant facts have been agreed upon by the parties. Mrs. Mapp, however, has agreed to answer questions should the board panel have any questions for her at this time. And I would additionally request introductions of exhibits B1 through B11 into the record, and likewise request the record be sealed to protect health information that's contained therein. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mapp, do you have any objection to the admissions of exhibits B1 through B11?
No, ma'am, no objections.
B1 through B11 are admitted. And we can begin now with questioning from the board. I want to give you an opportunity to review the exhibits that have been admitted, and then at that time they may have some questions for you.
Okay.
And for the record, for the court report, I do want to admit the exhibits under. So, right, board panel is ready to begin with any questions for Ms. Knapp. Begin now.
Ms. Matt, was this your first job?
Yes, sir.
First job at a nursing school?
Yes, sir.
Where do you work now?
I'm sorry. I'm nervous. I'm sorry.
Good.
I'm employed at Baptist in Jackson. I work in same-day surgery. I've been employed there a little over a year.
So, I assume this is probably your second job. You're at. Have you had any discipline at Baptist?
No, sir.
No discipline at all?
None.
I mean, just what was your reason behind what you did?
I was scared. Felt intimidated and for no one else's fault but my own. I was being trained on a floor that I wasn't hired for because that floor wasn't prepared. I had two preceptors who were great nurses and put a lot of pressure on me, and I caved to that pressure. And instead of saying that I missed a set of vitals that was supposed to be done at a certain time, I made them up.
So you made up the vital signs and recorded those into the chart.
Correct.
As you can see, we've got a room full of nursing students. What did you learn from this era? Because you were a brand new nurse straight out of school. I think probably one of the things that are hit hardest in nursing school is documentation and honesty. I
Absolutely.
think that's probably the core of being a nurse is honesty and documenting, covering yourself.
Yeah.
And so my
Definitely.
question would be, my question to you would be, what did you get from this and what can you teach others through your actions?
I've thought about this every day for the last year, whether I was at work or whether I was at home with my children. This has impacted me. It's made me take a step back and use better nursing judgment at my job with my patients. It's made me have a stronger voice to say that I'm not comfortable with something, whether it be an assignment at work.
Does your current employer know that you're here and you're going through this?
No, sir.
They do not know.
No, I was told by the investigator at the beginning of all this that I did not have to let my employer know this.
Any additional questions?
Just out of curiosity, what unit were you hired to be on?
Ma'am,
What unit were you
I
supposed
was-
to be assigned?
I'm supposed to go to an EEG unit on the 6th floor at Children's, and I was being trained on 3C.
Examination for, Ms. Knapp.
No, Your Honor, we entered into that agreed stipulation.
Ms. Mapp, do you have any statement you want to give to the board? Before we conclude your hearing and start with closing statements?
I just want to say how sorry I am that it not only affected me here, I mean, it could have hurt people. As hard and as, I guess, embarrassing it is as it is going through this and having, students in a school that I went to behind me. They get to know that this happens so quick in a blink of an eye. You make a bad mistake, and I'm really sorry about it. Thank
You know, with any closing statements, so that we can conclude the hearing.
State waives closing.
you. Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, this concludes the hearing in case number 2023-0745. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
Make that motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Right, hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, this time the board is in executive session and will return with, its decision in this matter. back on the record, I will announce the board's decision. Number 2023-0745. The board found the licensee, Ms. Jennifer Mapp, guilty of all charges. The penalty imposed is a formal reprimand, a $500 fine, and educational courses. The courses are as follows: everyday ethics, documentation for nurses, upholding the standard, professional accountability in nursing, and stress management. And the documentation course is a 17-hour course. The details will be provided to you in a final order by the board. You should receive it in the mail within 45 days. And that concludes the announcement of the board's decision. The decision was unanimous. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. There's also, you're also ordered to notify your employer of that final order, and that language will be spelled out in the order as well.
Okay, thank you.
It concludes your hearing. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Case number. Case number 2023-0550559 involving the licensee, Ms. Martha Berry, license number R-797193. Good morning. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceeding, and to ensure that the proceeding is conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. This time I'll ask the members of the hearing panel for this case to state their name for the record.
Jeremy Cummins.
Sandra Culpepper.
Jeremy Clanton.
Then Mr. Calhoun is the alternate. Is that correct, Mr. Calhoun?
That's correct.
Great, thank you.
I'm hard of hearing bad, so
Your board, the board panel for this case is comprised of Jeremy Cummins, Sandra Culpepper, and Janie Clanton. And Drew Calhoun is an alternate. As an alternate, he won't participate in any deliberations on the case. And will the attorney represent the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
And is the licensee, Ms. Martha Berry, present?
yes,
And Ms. Berry, are you represented by an attorney?
no,
Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you?
yes,
Do you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
yes,
And do you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf?
yes,
And understanding all of this, you wish to proceed with your hearing today without counsel representation?
yes.
Will you testify on your behalf today?
I'm sorry.
Are you testifying today?
No, I mean, I'm just here to answer the questions.
You will give some testimony today, so at this time, I'm going to ask the court reporter to swear you in.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. The parties in this matter have executed an agreed stipulation of facts, and you can find that agreed stipulation and proposed exhibit B17, which is located on page 51. What this means is the parties have entered into an agreed stipulation of facts related to what happens, and the licensee has agreed to accept as truth particular propositions of fact, and you, as the board panel, must accept the stipulation as undisputed and proven. Because there is no disagreement related to the facts, there is no need for additional evidence to be presented apart from the stipulation itself and the supporting documentation that we've agreed upon. As such, the board will not call any witnesses today since the relevant facts have been agreed upon by the parties. Mrs. Mapp, however, has agreed to answer any questions should the board panel have questions for her at this time. Additionally, Your Honor, I'd ask for introduction of exhibits B1, through B17, as well as Respondents Exhibit 1, a character reference letter that she submitted, and asked that those records be sealed to protect public health information.
Right, Ms. Berry, do you have any objection to the admission of exhibits B1 through B17 and R1 into the record?
Do I have what now?
Any objections to the?
No, I don't.
So those exhibits are admitted into the record and they are admitted under seal to protect health information. All right, I want to give the board an opportunity to take a look at the exhibits and they may have some questions for you after that. The board is ready. They're gonna proceed now with examining you, Ms. Berry.
So Ms. Berry, I was, out of curiosity, what type of charting system do you use at that facility?
It was electronic charting.
Epic? What,
Epic, I believe it was Epic.
and so what is the normal times for morning medication passes?
I'm sorry, ask me again.
What is the morning time for your medication passes according to Epic?
9 o'clock for AM meds.
And what time do you normally start your med pass?
Anywhere between 8:30 to 9:30, sometimes almost 10. It's according when I can get in the Pyxis.
Okay. And then looking back on, I see where you charted that you had given an IV antibiotic, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was due at 2, but I see that it was not pulled till after 3. So what was that about?
I believe another nurse started that IV for me, the IV antibiotic.
But you documented that you gave it though?
I documented that it completed. You have to do a intake and an output for it to complete the documentation.
Did she document it that she started it?
I don't remember. I know that she said she did about 4:15 or something like that.
So she documented it at 4:15, because I'm looking at it and it says that it was done at 2 o'clock.
I don't know if she said she documented, she said she started it. So I just assumed that she documented it, but that I had to complete it. The IV antibiotic system is, you have to do an intake and an output for it to even say that it was given. It's a little different than just you start it and document it and then you end and document it.
But in the electronic record, can you not go back and see that she had administered it initially?
That day, it was just a bad day, just all around. Just, I wrecked 2 cars in one day, or late getting to work. Actually, I didn't even know that the IV antibiotic was until the next day, so I didn't go back and look.
Okay, thank you.
It's very, did your personal life issues impede your nursing judgment that day?
Yeah, because that morning I was late for work because I had ran over a tree in the road. It had been bad weather the night before, and I live out in the country, and I was going on the back roads and hit the top of the hill and came down and ran over a tree. And so I was late getting to work. And then another nurse let me borrow her car and put some gas in it. And then her car stopped. So it was a bad, horrible day. So that,
But as a nurse of 31 years,
yes,
I'm sure this is not the only bad day you'd ever had.
like that it has been. Yes, sir. No, that was bad.
Would you, is this a one-time event, or over 31 years, have you just become comfortable in nursing and this is your style?
No, sir, this is not my style at all. At all. No, sir.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at Raymond County Detention Center.
Did Capaya Hospital terminate your employment?
Yes, they did.
How long have you been at the detention center in Rankin County?
Well, prior to the hospital, 4 years. And then I thought I'd get a job closer to home, day shift. And then after that, I went back to the jail.
So where did you work? Where did you work in between your?
Well, I traveled nurse for like 20 years. I started my nursing career at Baptist. I was an extern there, worked critical care float pool. I've worked at university.
My question is, you worked at Capaya, they
Yes,
terminated you, you went to work at Rankin County Detention Center.
Raymond.
If you left there to get a job closer to home, where did you go to work?
That's what I was talking about, the hospital at Capaya Medical.
That's
I'm
where-
from that area,
that's where you-
yes.
in between the detention.
Yes, yes.
It stated here, the director of nurses, and if you want to refer to this, I'm on page 22. But the director of nurses stated that you did document the intake and the output of the infusion. It's recorded by your timesheets and all. You were not there when the intake began.
Right,
So you agree that you falsely documented that.
I do.
Do you agree that you pulled medications for patients before you left the facility and left them there?
I did for that morning. For the morning meds.
If you'll refer to your charges on page 18, I don't know if you have it or not. But in your charges, it lists a whole line of medications. Protonics was pulled at 9:25 AM. Documented that gabapentin was pulled at 8:48. And again at 9:26 AM. Were these medicines given by you is my question, because there's a whole lot of medicines here. Did you pull them and give them? Did you pull them and not give them? Did you?
I pulled and I did give those. Are you referring on the 19th or?
On
Yeah.
June the 17th?
Yes, June the 17th. Yes. I did pull those. I did give those. I did.
So did you document them late?
I documented them late. No, I documented them that I gave them, but I didn't pull them. The documentation of that was the Pyxis time. I documented that wrong. I documented, I think I gave it at 9:25, but I didn't pull them to 9:55. I gave them, but I documented the time wrong, and that was wrong. I didn't want to look like I was late. And that was wrong.
So in the charge it's saying, just for one example, it's saying on or about June 16th, 2023. Respondent pulled Protonics at 9:25 AM for patient VH, but it had already been administered by another nurse at 6:05 AM.
Yes, sir.
Did you pull it again?
Whatever that says, yes, I pulled it again because it just said AM meds and on Protonics, they give that at night at 6 in the morning.
I guess here's where I'm getting at. Have you made a habit of pre-pulling medicines?
No,
Do you follow your medication administration record when pulling medicines?
I do. I pull up the patient's name in the Pyxis. And then whatever it says AM, I start clicking on those for AM.
So you
And I didn't look to see that Protonics was already given.
pre-chart your medicines.
No, I didn't pre-chart them. I have to pull them to give them.
In the Pyxis system, are you able to pull medicines that have already been given? You can duplicate
I
medication.
guess so,
for
because I
AMS?
pulled the Protonics.
What type system do you use giving medications at Rankin Detention Center? Do they have a system there? Do they have something like a Pyxis system?
No, we just have the card system.
Electronic documentation or paper
Yes,
documentation?
we do.
Document on the computer. But we pull our medicines there in a card system. You understand what I'm saying? They're pre-packaged with their name on it.
You've been a nurse for 31 years. Do you feel as a tenured nurse of 31 years that you're responsible to be a leader for younger nurses coming out?
Most definitely.
And do you feel responsible that you should be setting the example by not performing what's listed here that you've agreed that you've done?
No, I don't believe what I did was wrong. Do I make a habit of it? No. Is this me? No. I would have been in trouble if that was the case. I've never been written up. I've never been fired except for this incident. So I just hope this 2 days didn't say who I am as a nurse, as a person.
I do have a follow-up question on something Mr. Cummins asked you. So to clarify, I just want to understand, instead of using Epic to pull your meds, is what you're telling us, you use Pyxis, because I've worked with both, So you use your Pyxis strictly.
I picked the system for the medication, yes.
You didn't cross-reference with Epic to make sure of the times that the medications were needed.
No, like pulled my record.
Yeah, like you have Epic over here that's on your
Right.
computer, right?
Right.
Then you have Pyxis over here. And in order to access Pyxis, Pyxis will put out whatever medication. It
Right.
does not put a hold on it.
Right.
correct? So you were going over to Pyxis and just pulling up AM meds just in general, just getting all your AM meds,
I am getting my AMMs ready for that day, yes.
but you weren't cross-referencing them while you were using the Pyxis against Epic.
No, because I would cross-reference them when I would get ready to give them.
So that's
They're
your,
all in there. They've always been in there.
so that's your standard protocol as a nurse. You pull from Pyxis only first. And then you worry about cross-referencing them after they're pulled and maybe not identifiable, correct?
That day I did.
That's it.
Any additional questions?
Ms. Berry, do you realize the seriousness that could have happened from this?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Do you realize the seriousness that could have happened?
Yes, yes. Yes, I do. I had just been depressed, felt less almost than a person from this. I was just not my character. And then I did it. And I admit to it. I'm mortified by it. I'm sick about it. I'm just depressed about it, actually.
Barry, does your current employer know you're here today?
Yes, they do.
So they are well aware of what you did,
Yes, sir.
know that you've admitted guilt to it.
Yes, sir.
It's very just.
They're the ones that wrote the letter that you have.
Ms. Berry, just one more question for you, or possibly two. What have you done to secure your mental health? What have you done to secure your mental health? Based on what you're telling us, what have you done for your mental health?
Come to realize that I'm not a bad person. I made a mistake and I will have to pay the consequences.
Are you seeing anyone professionally to assist you with it?
No, no.
Do you believe it to be beneficial if you did?
I don't know. I guess it wouldn't hurt.
Any additional questions? Right,
Your Honor, I would like, on page 51, on the agreed stipulations of fact, there is a typo on number 9 that I would like to make sure is corrected before we end today. It's on page 52. What's number 9? It should say, on or about June 17, 2023, respondent charted that she administered Lasix to patient VH at 9 a.m. A record showed the medication was not pulled by respondent until 9:56 a.m. Until 9:56 a.m. should be there, and that is the typo.
Ms. Berry, you agreed to this stipulation. Do you agree to that amendment?
I'm sorry, say again.
You understand the adjustment that the prosecutor is attempting to make to the stipulation, agreed stipulation of facts? Do you understand what she is trying to make correct?
Your Honor,
Yes,
if you
yes.
don't mind, I'll show her what I'm.
Okay,
what
I'm sorry.
requesting.
I'm
No,
just so
that's-
hard of hearing it.
No, right here in section 9, I need to add until 9:56
Okay.
a.m. because there's a typo that should have been until 9:56 a.m.
Okay,
Do you agree to the amendment to
Yes,
9 to
yes.
read that way?
yes, yes.
Right, so the record can reflect that paragraph 9 of the agreed stipulation of facts is amended to add until 9:56 AM to the, after the, where the period is, remove the period and add until 9:56 AM, then add the period. Paragraph 9 of the agreed stipulation of facts. All right, I believe the board has concluded this examination. Ms. Berry, do you have any statement, final statement that you want to provide to the board before we conclude your hearing?
No, I just want to make it clear to each and every one of y'all and even to the nursing students, don't be in a hurry. If you're late, you're just late. It's not the end of the world. It's better to be late than to make a mistake. Always cross-reference. And don't chart something that you didn't do. But please don't let it know that this is my character. I'm actually the one that does the preceptor of the nurses, not just for the jail, but all through my nursing career.
This concludes the hearing in case number 2023-0559 involving the licensee, Ms. Martha Anita Farmer Berry, license number R-797193. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
Make that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this. It is now in executive session and will return with the decision in this matter. back on the record. We are back on the record. I will announce the board's decision at this time. In case number 2023-0559 involving the licensee, Ms. Martha Berry, license number R-797193. The board finds the licensee guilty of all charges. The penalty imposed is a fine, reprimand, and educational courses. The courses include documentation for nurses. It's a 17-hour course, upholding the standard, mindful self-care for nurses, medical errors, prevention and patient safety, mental health for nurses, and righting a wrong. You're also employer notification, and the reprimand, the fine. So it'll be detailed in the more detailed in the order you'll receive within 45 days, but that's the gist of it. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right, thank you. That concludes the hearing and the announcement of the board's decision in that matter. All right, we'll call up the next matter on the docket. Case number 2024-0099 involving the licensee, Miss Amanda Mosley, license number P-335308. Right, good morning. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceeding, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the hearing panel for this case to state their names for the record.
Drew Calhoun. Jeremy Cummins.
Sandra Culpepper.
Shane Clanton.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee, Ms. Mosley, present?
Yes.
And Ms. Mosley, are you represented by an attorney? Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand, and you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
And understanding all of this, you wish to proceed with this matter, in this matter, without counsel representation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now I want to identify the individuals that will give testimony in this matter. If you are going to testify in this case, please state your name so that the court reporter can swear you in.
Amanda Mosley.
Tawanda Jones.
All right, she'll swear you in now.
We have some more.
Oh. Right, you have another witness?
I have two here and one for a Zoom call.
All right, please state your name.
Daniel Logan. Administrator.
Janet Moore, Director of Nursing.
And Dr. Verena Valley.
He's not on the Zoom is what she's saying. It was
I
sent,
sent the email for y'all to Zoom on.
yeah, we sent it to him. He's not on the Zoom.
You can take a minute to figure that out before we swear the witnesses in.
Yeah, my phone's in the car. I'd have to call her.
We can call her.
I don't have her phone number with me though.
I have it.
All right, we'll take a brief 5-minute recess and return back on the record at 10:12.
Unmute. Do you see me? Start video. Let's see, start video. Okay.
Dr. Valley, you are in the Zoom now.
Hello.
Move over to the.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record.
My name is Verena T. Valley, MD.
Verena T. Valley. All right, and thank you. Miss Mosley, your witnesses, what are the names again?
Verena Valley, Janet Moore, and Daniel Logan.
Janet Moore and the last name?
Daniel Logan.
Daniel Logan. All right, so at this time, the court reporter is going to swear in Amanda Mosley, Tawanda Jones, Priscilla Burks, Dr. Valley, Janet Moore, and Daniel Logan.
All right, right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request to introduce in the evidence B1 through B21. And Ms. Mosley has presented R1, I believe it's a combined letters. We request all those be admitted, and I would request also that they be sealed, protect patient information, has patient records in those as well.
All right, Ms. Mosley, do you have any objection to the admission of exhibits B1 through B21 and R1 under
ma'am.
seal? No objection? All right, the exhibits are admitted under seal to protect health information. All right, we'll proceed as follows. Well, first I'll ask, is the rule invoked? We have a number of witnesses today, meaning, you know, any non-testifying witnesses, are they excluded from hearing the testimony of testifying witnesses absent other than the parties?
I'm not invoking the rule, Your Honor.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, allow for closing statements. If the parties are ready to begin, we can begin now with opening statements, starting with board counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mosley was first licensed as an LPN on August 28th, 2017, which means at this point, she has been an LPN for about 7 years. Plenty of time for a nurse to know the scope of practice. In her written statement dated February 14th of this year, she states she has never practiced outside her scope of practice. However, on 3 different instances, she documented administering an IV bolus. And I'm going to read exactly what Rule 2.4 says in Part 2830 of the Admin Code that references what LPNs cannot do. The LPN performing IV therapy may not administer or add the following to a peripheral venous line: IV push or bolus medications. This is not an issue of something being in the gray area of the rules. It's very plainly stated what an LPN cannot do, and that's administer an IV bolus. By administering the bolus, you practice outside her scope as an LPN, which is a violation of the regulations of the board. Pursuant to this authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, the board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of Ms. Mosley. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Do you have any opening statement? Just
Yes,
a brief
ma'am.
Overview, okay, go ahead.
I'm here today to inform all the board members that I don't feel like I practice outside my scope. I have 2 expert witnesses with me, Ms. Janet Moore, my DON, and Dr. Valley, who were both at bedside and in facility at the time of the IVs were infusing. I also included a statement from the other attending physician stating that I obtained their verbal approval to run the IVs per gravity over a course of several hours, instead of doing IV bolus.
Thank you. We'll begin now with the board's case. When the board rests, then, Ms. Mosley, it'll be your opportunity to, present your case.
Okay.
You may call your first witness, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Board calls Ms. Tawanda Jones. Ms. Jones, will you state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Tawanda Jones, County of Residency, Rankin County, and Employment, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
6 years.
Can you tell for the record, state what you do here at the board?
My job here at the board is to investigate the complaints that come into the office.
Okay, if you would turn to page 5, I believe it is. Can you identify this for the record?
Page 5 is a license verification.
And according to page 5 on this verification, when was Ms. Mosley first licensed in Mississippi?
The license was issued on August the 28th, 2017.
Can you tell us what she was licensed as?
She was licensed as a licensed practical nurse.
All right, turn over to page 8 and identify that for the record, please.
Page 8 is the complaint.
And what are the charges in the complaint against Ms. Mosley?
Charge 1 is the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced in nursing in a manner that fails to meet general accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 2, the respondent has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure. Charge 3 is the respondent engaged in an unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely practicing nursing beyond the authorized scope of the license or directing others to practice beyond their authorized scope in violation.
Thank you. Are there any facts in that complaint that support those charges?
Yes.
Can you kind of summarize those facts or for the record or read them if you would like?
Says on about August 28, 2017, the respondent was licensed in Mississippi as an LPN. On or about February 15, 2024, the respondent submitted a statement to the board stating that she has never practiced outside her scope as an LPN. On or about January 26, 2024, at approximately 11:08, the respondent documented that she started an IV bolus on patient BM. On or about January 31st, 2024, at approximately 9:20, the respondent documented that she started an IV bolus on patient BM. Then on January 31st, 2024, at approximately 4:45, the respondent said she started another IV bolus on patient BM. Mississippi Administrative Code 2830 R 2.4 sets forth the scope of practice for an LPN performing IV therapy and medications within the LPN scope. Mississippi Administrative Code PT 2830 R 2.4 F2A states that an LPN performing IV therapy may not administer or add the following to the peripheral venous line IV push or bolus medication by performing and documenting 3 doses of IV bolus. The respondent practiced beyond her scope as an LPN.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Turn over to page 67 for me. Can you identify that for the record?
Page 67 is a statement that Ms. Mosley gave to the Board of Nursing.
And what's the date on this statement?
The date on the statement is February 15th, 2024.
All right, and what does she say in her statement about her scope of practice?
In the first paragraph, it says that she never practiced outside the scope of being an LPN.
And then does she talk about what she did administer in her statement? Can you tell us what she says she administered in her statement?
Okay, says, after she says she never goes out of her scope of practice, then in the second paragraph, it talks about on January 26th and January 31st, I administered IM Rocephin and add IV fluids in the presence of DON Janet Moore.
Okay. Let's go back to page, I think it's 47. Okay. Can you tell us what this is?
These are department notes, nursing notes for patient BM.
And did Ms. Mosley make any notes on this report or her name listed on this report?
Yes,
What date do you see as her name listed there?
her name is listed on 1/26/2024 at 12:21. It's listed again on 1/26 at 11:08.
And then on that note at 11:08, what does it say that, what did she document that she administered, or in that note that she put that she administered?
A bolus IV liter of sodium chloride.
Okay. And turn back a few pages to page 42. Are these also department notes we looked at, similar to what we just looked at?
Yes,
Or do you see a note dated January 31st, 2024?
I do.
There's one at 9:20 a.m. Do you see that, Ms. Jones?
I do.
Who made that note there?
That note was made by Amanda Mosley.
And in that note, what did she say that she administered there?
Administered 1 liter IV fluid bolus. Keep going.
That's fine. And then there's another note, you said another one at 4:45.
Yes,
Who made that note?
Amanda Mosley
And what did she say that was administered there?
administered another liter.
Okay. Turn to the witness, Your Honor, sorry.
Ms. Mosley, do you have any questions for Ms. Jones?
Yes, ma'am. In your investigation, did you see in my note that I stated that the IV was running as gravity fed?
Can you tell me what date?
On 1/26 and 1/31.
Okay, 26. I'll just read it. It says MD made rounds on resident this morning, giving orders to obtain a UA and flu swab. MD took to clinic for quicker results. Also gave order to administer Rocephin, 1 gram IM and a dose now also. A bolus, 1 liter, 0.5 sodium chloride. This nurse obtained the urine specimen, catheter, sterile technique, resident, no distress of resident. The urine was clear and appeared no foul smell noted. Flu swab obtained. IV bolus started using 20 gauge catheter and right arm just above the wrist. No distress noted to resident. Arm wrapped, IV running freely by gravity.
Did you also speak to Ms. Janet Moore during your investigation?
I did.
Did she verbally tell you that she witnessed the IV infusing per gravity and not by bolus on those 2 days?
When I spoke with her, I don't recall if she said gravity or what, but she indicated that she was present and in and out of the room as the IV was hung.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Any questions from the board for Ms. Jones? Any redirect, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor, I tend to the witness.
You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The board calls Dr. Priscilla Burks. Dr. Burks, will you tell us your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment?
Priscilla Burks, Hines County, and I work at the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long have you worked here at the board?
4.5 years,
And are you a licensed nurse as well?
yes,
And how long have you been licensed?
over 25 years,
And you also have your doctorate, is that correct?
correct,
And were you previously a teacher in a nursing school?
yes.
And how long did you teach for?
I taught for 6 years in a practical nursing program, and I served as director of a practical nursing program for 5 years.
So you're familiar with the curriculum that's taught to LPNs, is that fair to say?
Yes, I am familiar.
How familiar are you with it? Can you talk about that?
I'm familiar with the curriculum and the extent that in 2018, I served on the Mississippi curriculum framework as a team writer, and I currently serve as a team writer on the 2024 curriculum rewrite.
Okay, and are you familiar with the scope of practice for an LPN?
Yes,
Okay. Let's look at page 39. So it shows at the top of the page and what this is.
on the top of the page, 39, 1/30/2024, it says IV fluids bolus, D5.5 normal saline, 1 liter.
And this is an order you said?
Yes,
All right, we've already looked at some of these, so we don't have to go completely over this, and I'm not going to belabor the point. But go back to page 47. I would like you to look at this as well.
Okay.
You see where Ms. Mosley documented administering that IV bolus on the 26th at 11:08?
yes.
What does she say there?
1/26/24 at 11:08. She said, MD made rounds on resident this morning, gave orders to obtain UA and flu swab. MD took to clinic for quick results. Also gave orders to administer Rocephin 1 gram IM times 1 dose now. Also IV bolus 1 liter, 1/2 normal saline. This nurse obtained urine via intermittent cath using sterile technique with no distress of resident. Urine clear yellow in appearance, no foul smell noted. Flu swab obtained. IV bolus started using 20 gauge catheter in right arm, just above wrist. No distress noted to resident. Arm wrapped Perlex for resident safety. IV fluids running freely by gravity. RP notified of all new orders, states understanding. I will continue to observe resident frequently during shift. Signed, Amanda Mosley, LPN.
All right, thank you. And is a bolus within her scope of practice or an LPN scope of practice?
According to the administrative code, a bolus is not within the scope of an LPN.
And does it matter whether or not it's gravity fed?
It does not. Gravity or the process by which IVs are administered does not matter. Gravity means that the IV was not placed on a pump.
Let's turn over to page 72. Can you, for the record, state what this is?
Page chart 72, this is part 2830, the administrative code. And it talks about the practice of nursing for RNs as well as LPNs.
And are you fairly familiar with this?
Yes.
All right, on page 74, the next page over, what does chapter 2 of this part of the code deal with?
On page 74, part 2830, chapter 2, this deals with the function of the licensed practical nurse.
And what does it say under 2.2 dealing with responsibilities there?
Rule 2.2 responsibility, it says that LPN shall be responsible and accountable for knowledge of and compliance with the laws and regulations governing the practice of nursing in the state of Mississippi. B, practicing within the scope of practice as established by the board and according to generally accepted standards of practice. C, accepting responsibility for individual nursing actions, competence, decisions, and behavior in the course of nursing practice.
Thank you. And flip over a few pages to page 76. Can you tell us what E is?
E is a list of the board-approved IVs, fluids, and medications that LPNs can administer in the state of Mississippi.
All right, no, at the bottom of page, let's see, I believe it's page 6 here of the code, the 77 on your exhibits there. You see that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what F, just read F for us? I believe it goes over to the next page.
Yes. On page 77, F states the LPN performing IV therapy may not initiate, regulate, add or administer medications to or discontinue a central line. Number 2, administer or add the following to a peripheral venous line: IV push or bolus medication, intravenous piggyback medications other than those approved by the board, parenteral nutritional agents other than vitamins, blood components, plasma expanders, E, chemotherapeutic agents.
Okay, thank you. So by the board's rules, an LPN can clearly not administer a bolus, correct?
Correct, they could not administer a bolus medication.
Does the rule carve out any exception for the administration of any type of IV bolus?
No,
So per these rules and in accordance with what you said is taught in school, an LPN cannot administer a bolus.
correct, under no circumstance.
I want to look at just one more thing. It's on page 25. These two orders here, sodium chloride and the dextrose, do you see those?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about those, what those are?
This is a medication administration record. And the way it gives a description of these meds and the way these descriptions are read, it says sodium chloride, 1/2 solution administered 1 liter of fluids via a 20 gauge catheter IV, 1-time dose. And it says dehydration prophylaxis in parentheses, which would be equivalent to that order that says a bolus. And then the dextrose, D5.5 normal saline IV solution administered 1 liter fluids times 3 doses used in 20 gauge catheter to left forearm. That would be the order that was written for another bolus to be given.
And it's on this MAR that you're looking at, are Ms. Mosley's initials there?
Yes, on each occasion, the initials AM is written.
Can you tell us the dates?
This is January the 26th at 11:30. It was also documented January the 31st at 8 a.m., January the 31st at 2 p.m.
Okay, so in what we've looked at, Ms. Mosley documented that she gave a bolus. Is that correct?
Correct. According to her documentation, she documented bolus was given to the patient.
So is it within the standards? Is it a general nursing practice to document that you gave? Or is it if she didn't give a bolus, should she not have documented she gave a bolus?
If a bolus was not given, a bolus should not been documented. And you're responsible for documenting what you do.
Thank you, Ms. Burke.
Any questions for this witness, Ms. Mosley?
Yes, ma'am. Do you see the exhibits I entered for the R1? Dr. Burks. I have a statement from Dr. Parvesh Goel as well as Dr. Verena Valley. Saying we spoke with both of those, informing them that we did not do bolus IVs in our facility, nor am I able to do a bolus IV. So they approved them to run slowly by gravity.
I see that, but when I look at the order, that is not in the order. So the expectation would have been for an order to have been written that would have said a VORB, verbal order read back, indicating what the physician said and that change. And so I did not, and looking at the order, go back to the page. $39. On page 39, if that order was given, a verbal, the expectation would have been for a verbal order to have been read between the date of 10/30/2024 and the date of 1/31/24. And in nursing, we know that if it was documented, if it wasn't documented, it wasn't done.
Any additional questions, Ms. Mosley?
I mean,
Any questions from the panel for Dr. Burks? Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
You may call your next witness.
The state rest.
Right, Ms. Mosley, this is your opportunity now to present your case, put on your evidence and call your witnesses. So, you may call your first witness.
yes, ma'am. I'd like to call Dr. Verena Valley for testimony.
Hello, I'm Dr. Valley. You just have to put that down. I was present and spent a lot of time with that patient because I had known the patient for a number of years, and I've known her son for a number of years. I knew the patient since she was at the Beehive in Carthage, and when she went to Philadelphia in Neshoba County, and when she was at the Madison County Nursing Home, I frequently rounded on this patient. I am board certified in emergency medicine. I have been trained in internal medicine and was doing work with am doing work with Dr. Goel at the Madison County Nursing Home, and recall very well and know very well what a bolus is and what it is not. Now, being board certified in emergency medicine, if you have a large bore IV, 18 gauge, 16 gauge, and you need to push IV fluids, then a bolus has a different meaning. So I am used to a different meaning of bolus and was corrected by Ms. Mosley that she could not run a bolus. So it was actually my terminology bolus, but unfortunately over the years, the term bolus has gotten to mean, there's kind of an old saying in medicine that there's two flow rates for IVs, TKO and bolus or wide open. I would say that being there for the majority of when Janet, the nursing director, was not there, I was there for a majority of the time that the patient was ill, and you can clearly see that in my notes. I would say that the term bolus meant something different to me. It means something different to other providers as well. I would say that although the terminology is well defined as the terminology is well defined in the description as the nursing, the doctor of nursing, and is the board member testified. However, being present there, I felt comfortable with the care. I felt comfortable after she told me that she could not run a bolus, but that she had to run fluids per gravity. On many occasions, Ms. Mosley what she cannot do. And so I would have to say that I felt very comfortable being there for the period of time, sitting with her son, who you probably know.
Dr. Valley, Dr.
Yes,
I need you to repeat that. You were going in and out.
yes, I was there I sat for several hours at
No,
the bedside.
could you go?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am. Could you go back?
I was visiting with her son. And I also documented very well what was going on in the patient for several days before she went on to hospice.
Dr. Valley, your testimony where you began, the terminology is well defined. Can you start there?
Yes, the terminology is well defined. However, it has become less loosely defined in the clinical sphere. A bolus, and I would argue in my emergency medicine role, and as in probably very minimal access, and our goal is to do no harm. Did Ms. Mosley supervent my instruction or my care? No. She simply, when I write a bolus, it is different in my estimations, but I felt comfortable being there for several hours in the morning and evening, and would check and call frequently. So I would say that do no harm, of course. I would say that Miss Mosley did not violate her. I would say that the term bolus should be carefully considered and better defined. Perhaps we are using a loose term, bolus. So I would say that I felt comfortable with the patient's care. I was there at the bedside. How many, and this was I'm a clinician, okay? I've been an associate professor of emergency medicine at UMC for 10 years. I know my stuff, and I feel comfortable with Miss Mosley. I understand the wiggle waggle of the term bolus, but never did I fear that she did anything inappropriate.
Thank you, Dr. Valley.
Now I have to go see patient.
Ma'am, you may be subject to examination by board counsel and
So do you have any further questions? I'd be happy to cite you.
right. Yes. So Mr. Walker, any cross-examination?
I just have a few questions, Dr. Valley. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I'll be quick. Thank you for your time. You gave a statement for Ms. Mosley, correct? Dated
Yes.
September 20th. In that statement, you said that an IV bolus usually runs quicker, and then that this type of treatment that y'all are given typically runs over several hours. Does that sound like the statement you gave?
I'd have to look at the statement. I don't have a copy with me.
I mean, I can read it for you, but it's that in your statement, that's what it's saying.
I don't have a copy of it directly in front of me, so.
Okay, well, my question, where I'm going with this is, according to the notes, Ms. Mosley at 11:08 on January 26th documented she administered the IV bolus of 1 liter, and then at 12:20 it documented that it was complete. So that would not be several hours by what was documented.
It has broken up your video feed.
Did you hear me, Dr. Valley?
No, your video feed is breaking up.
I was saying in what was documented on the note on January 26th by Ms. Mosley, it was started at 11:08. By 12:20, the note says that it's already completed. So that would not be in line with the statement that says it takes several hours.
It depends on the gauge. It depends the gauge of the IV. And it depends whether the patient's arm is being held properly, or if the patient has contractures, or if the patient doesn't have or if they have an IV that is, let's say, moves in and out of small areas, you could have it flow slower.
But you would agree that from 11:08 to 12:20, that's not the course of several hours.
It's 1:26 at 11:08, IV fluids running freely by gravity.
That's 12:20.
I don't have an entry for 12:20 on what I have, so I'm sorry.
It's on page 47, the top note.
Mhm. Well, the thing is, I would have to go back carefully over my notes to see if I was there for that period of time.
The only other question, the order for the IV bolus, with the orders we have on page 39. And there may be some more, but there's not a rate for any of the orders for what that bolus is running.
Well, they don't have pumps there.
Right, so there shouldn't be a rate that it runs at. Is that correct?
Well, clinically, this is where the clinical and theoretical kind of divide.
Well, the reason
if you don't have a pump, you would have to do it. You'd have to do a drip rate, and you know what? I'm not a nurse, so I can't tell you what the drip rate would be for that.
Right, but a nurse can only do a certain amount of drip rate if she's an LPN. So if there's not a drip rate on the order and there's no pumps, what does it run at?
Right, exactly my point. That's my point. The term bolus is kind of is used freely, but it's not defined accurately.
But we have that documented that was what was administered and what was ordered as a bolus, correct?
Correct, but in my previous statement today, I told you that the term bolus has taken on a life of its own. There's a clinical aspect to it in traumatology, and then there is, I think it's used loosely, and if you don't have an exact rate, a bolus could mean anything to anybody.
I have no further questions, John.
Any questions from the board for Dr. Valley? Any redirect, Ms. Mosley, meaning any follow-up questions you have for Dr. Valley? Dr. Valley.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no additional questions for you. Do you tender the witness at this time, Ms. Mosley?
Yes, ma'am.
You are excused, Dr. Valley.
Thank you, and I appreciate all what you do and the care you give. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Valley.
You're welcome.
Ms. Mosley, you may call your next witness.
I'd like to call my DOM, Miss Janet Moore.
Ready? My name is Janet Moore, RN, Director of Nursing at Madison County Nursing Home, and I've been there for 19 years. And I was present on the day that we got the order for the IV. Ms. Mosley did the infusion. I was standing right there and assisted with putting the tubing in the liter of fluid. It does have a regulator on it. And we initiated the IV and to run over 6-7 hours.
Present at the bedside when the IVs were both initiated.
Yes.
Or further questions?
Any cross-examination, Mr. Walker?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few. Ms. Moore, you're a nurse.
Yes, RN.
How long have you been a nurse?
It's 1976.
Long time.
Long time.
Well, thank you for your time. Are you looking, do you have access? Can you look at Ms. Mosley's exhibits or have you looked at these?
I have looked at them, yes, sir.
All right, give me just a second. Where have you worked, Ms. Moore? What all have you done?
Madison County Nursing Home
And
in Canton, Mississippi,
how long have you been there?
19 years.
Also, a long time. Okay, you gave a statement originally, and I want to look at it if I can find it, so bear with me. Yeah, it's on page 64. And this statement, oh wait, I'm sorry. Have you got it, Ms. Moore?
I do.
So are you familiar with the scope of practice of what an LPN can and cannot do? in
Yes, sir, I
their
am.
Supervision?
Yes, sir.
You said you've been at Madison County for 19 years. How long have you been the DON?
40 years.
4 years?
40.
But you said you've been at Madison County for 19. How long have you been the DON there?
They are 19 years.
Oh, as the DON? Okay. In your statement on 64, you talk about the days of January 26th and January 31st of this year. And you say since we had an IV bolus infusing on a resident. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and this was dated February the 15th of this year, right? Okay, well then we have another statement from you dated a few days ago on the 25th of September. Here, your statement's completely different than what you originally said. It says this was just a gravity fed IV. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you say there has never been an IV bolus administered by Madison County Nursing Home, blah, blah, blah. And Ms. Mosley did not administer bolus, correct?
Right.
Okay, but would you agree with me that these are two vastly different statements?
Well, actually, like Dr. Valley said, the bolus is out of context. We did 1,000 cc's of IV fluid over a period of 5 or 6 hours. To meet LPNs can administer IV fluids.
Right, but there are certain things they cannot administer, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And what's go ahead, I'm sorry.
E5 normal saline, they can administer.
Do you know at what rate?
It was, I don't know exactly what rate, probably 55 drops a minute. We don't have a counter. We just have the little regulator on there.
But you agree there's no rate in any order for the IV bolus, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, if you look at the notes on 47, that IV didn't run over 5 or 6 hours. according to what was documented. Do you see that on 47?
I do see it.
Right, so that, based off what we have, and you've been a nurse for a long time, and Dr. Burks just stated this, if it didn't it's not documented, it didn't happen, correct?
True.
So what we have documented is a bolus that ran, it looks like roughly an hour or so, maybe. And we have some more, do you see that?
I see that, but
And then on the MAR, we have two. I believe it was on page 25, where it's been documented twice. I'm sorry, I think right, 3 times a bolus was given. Do you agree that's what was documented?
I see that's what documented.
No further questions, John.
Any questions for Ms. Moore from the board?
I do. So just to clarify, 5 or 6 hours, which one was it?
I'm not sure exactly what time it stopped.
So
I just know that I periodically went in there and checked, and it was not at a full open rate, according to the, because there was only like a,
MAR indicate the time length.
we don't usually put it on the MARD. We just say it's 1,000 cc's of fluid, and then the notes would say when it was.
Over 5 hours or over 6 hours?
Should have been documented when it was completed.
Based on what you're saying, they did document when it was completed, like an hour later, correct?
That didn't happen.
Once again, I'm gonna refer back to, if it was not documented, did it occur? One of the follow-up questions to that is this: so in your facility, is it standard protocol for the the DON, a physician and a nurse to be in the room during the administration of 5 to 6 hours of IV therapy?
I was in and out. I didn't stay right there.
So you guys were not consistent in the room?
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Moore, thank you for coming today. A couple of questions I have for you. My first question is this: on the 26th, this IV, looks like it was given around 11:08 a.m. On the 31st, it looks like it was ordered for 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. And so all three doses are during business hours. Madison County is a large nursing home. How many? 95 beds. So I would assume that you've, on top of the DON and possibly an ADON, you probably have any other RNs that work there in the building during the day?
That day we did not. It was me. I had RN on 3 to 11, I think.
Okay, all right, but there were no other RNs in the building during the day? Okay, so who was serving as your charge nurse? Because under the state regulations, you have to have an RN there.
I did. I had charge nurse.
Okay, so you had an RN charge nurse there.
Yes.
So I'd assume IVs aren't something that you do often or regularly.
Correct.
Is that correct? So in the protection of your nurses, would it not have been a better decision for the RN to run any IV if they're present?
My RN charge nurse doesn't do IVs. She's not skilled at it.
Okay. Are you skilled at it?
Yes.
Did the facility report this to the Board of Nursing?
No, we did not.
Was this event reported to the Mississippi State Department of Health? And was there a survey that surrounded this event?
No, sir.
Looks like this was fluids that ran as ordered by Bolus. Do you all hang, like if you have an order for, vancomycin, if you have somebody that needs vancomycin, or if you have somebody that needs an IV, you run antibiotic IVs in your facility?
We do not.
You do not. So if someone needs an IV antibiotic, you send them out to the hospital?
Correct. We're not emergency operation. Biggest thing we do is CPR and then call 911.
So,
We occasionally do IVs for hydration. This little lady was Alzheimer's person. She needed some fluids. The RP did not want her to go to the hospital at this time. We had mentioned hospice and he was thinking on it.
Okay.
But wanted to give her a little bit of palliative care.
how often do you in-service your nurses on the board regulations, the Nurse Practice Act of the board? Annually?
We should, but I don't know that I have on parts of it on occasion.
Are you familiar with the role of the LPN under the board's rules?
Yes, sir.
So you are familiar with the rules, and you are familiar that it says that bolus cannot be hung by an LPN?
Right. Bolus cannot.
And you agree that the order states the order was to give the IV bolus?
She talked to Dr. Valley, who told me that we don't do bolus IVs. We do it by the pump. We don't have pumps, by the gravity fed.
But you would agree if she talked to Dr. Valley, she should have gone and she should have done a revision to that order?
Yes, sir. I agree.
A question from the board? Or Ms. Moore? Ms. Mosley, you may ask some follow-up questions based off the board's line of questions, and Ms. Moore's answers, you can answer some follow-up.
Ms. Moore, on the documented note from 1108, would you say that it's possible it could have been a late entry note for the IV that was initiated and being started at that time?
Possible, but it should have said late entry.
Witness, any more questions for, okay, you may be excused. And call your next witness.
My next witness is my administrator, Mr. Daniel Logan. He's basically a character witness on my behalf.
Hello, my name's Daniel Logan. I've been a nursing home administrator for over 30 years. I've been the administrator at Madison County Nursing Home for 22 years. Miss Mosley was hired September 20th, 2017 as a medication nurse at Madison County Nursing Home. During her time there, her roles have changed. We had to focus more on restorative care, and we put her in charge of that. And our restorative care program grew. It flourished under her. We had to hire an infection control nurse when an infection control nurse left, and this was during COVID. We put her in charge of that. As infection control nurse, Miss Mosley demonstrated that her obvious care for the residents and a willingness and a want to do exactly what's right. Regulations changed during that time, and we would have to adapt to those changes. Madison County Nursing Home is a county-owned nursing home, so we don't have a corporate office. We don't have regional folks to come help us. We have to figure it out. And so I developed a COVID team to make sure that we covered all of our bases during this time. Of course, infection control nurses on that team. And as new regulations would come up, she would give valuable input. Sometimes she would catch a regulation change before I did. and make sure that we followed them. So as far as her paying attention and wanting to do what is right, that has become self-evident to me through the years. Speaking specifically to this, the facility did our own investigation about IV bolus. And I spoke to Dr. Goel and Dr. Valley and Janet Moore, Director of Nurses, and Amanda Mosley, LPN, all myself during this investigation. And Dr. Valley said that that Amanda did speak to her to say that she could not do bolus. And she said, well, you can do a gravity fed, that would be fine. And Dr. Valley told me that gravity fed is not bolus, that bolus is whenever you force something in, gravity is not forced. So she did not do that. So I do not feel that she practiced outside of her scope. I do feel there's a documentation error, but I do not feel that she practiced outside of her scope, that basically that she did what she was supposed to do. To me, I feel like she did what she was supposed to do. I know there's a documentation thing there, but she knew she wasn't supposed to, and she didn't. And Dr. Valley confirmed that with me, and you heard her qualifications, and she went through that with me at the time, and I accepted what she said. Miss Mosley is a valued employee of the nursing home. I don't feel that she did anything that would deserve a negative mark on her license. And I'm here to, as a representative of the nursing home, to submit to you our appreciation of the care that she's given to our residents, and ask that, that you would see the same thing too.
Thank you. Any cross-examination, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the board for Mr. Logan?
Thank you, Mr. Logan, for coming. I have just a couple of light questions for you. One, are you a nurse?
No, sir, I'm not.
And my second is, how do you feel about the staffing at your facility? Or do you feel like you're well-staffed, or like you're short-staffed? What's your opinion of the staffing at your facility? As we both know, in long-term care facilities, it has been an issue statewide.
I feel that we're well-staffed. We had a survey not too long ago that confirmed we were staffing. Then we had a federal focus survey on staffing in PBJ, and there were no adverse findings on that. Before COVID, we had hardly any agency. During COVID, boom, agency. I prefer to have our own staff. And so in talking with our board of trustees, we've upped the starting pay several times to get our own staff in there. And we've been doing that. But during this time where we had holes, we plugged them with agencies. So yes, we were staffed accordingly.
Congratulations on a wonderful federal survey. That's admirable.
I had a federal survey on that, and then a federal survey on the life safety too, along with the state. Boom, boom, boom.
Lots of fun. Last question, would you agree that it would be very important to have adequate RN staffing who are skilled in IV therapy?
Well, we have adequate RN staffing. For IV therapy, that's not a common thing there. And I would rely on Janet's opinion on that.
Any additional questions for Mr. Logan? Right. Ms. Mosley, if you have any follow-up questions based off that line of questioning and examination by the board? Do you finish your witness? Yes. Mr. Logan, you may be excused, and you can call your next witness, Ms. Mosley.
I have no other witnesses.
Right, well, now you can give your statement and then be subject to cross-examination by board counsel and the board.
I feel like I did not perform outside of my scope. Like Dr. Bailey said, we did not, I came to her. I also went to Dr. Goel. There's a statement in my R1 packet from Dr. Goel stating that I went to him, letting him know that I couldn't do a bolus IV. So he gave me a verbal order. Yes, I should have clarified the order. I understand that's a documentation error. On the documentation from the 26th, I believe that was a late entry, and I should have documented that it was a late entry because I had been in the room with the patient for the majority of the morning due to her stated condition that she was in. And I apologize for that. But I absolutely did not do a bolus. We had it going probably 55, no more than 60 drops a minute by calculation, because it was running for at least 4.5 to 5 hours each time.
Any, cross-examination, Mr. Walker?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Mosley, just a few questions. Can you tell us your educational background, where you attended school?
East Central Community College in Decatur,
And when did you graduate there?
2017. July of 2017.
That's when you were first licensed, right?
Yes.
Where all have you worked as a nurse since then?
Just Madison County Nursing Home. That was my first job as an LPN.
So you've been there the whole time?
Yes, sir.
And apparently you've had no issues from disciplinary issues since you've been there. Is that
No,
correct?
sir. This is my absolute first IV I'd ever done. Like I said, I had my DON at bedside from initiation to in and out of the room when it was time to, when the IV finished, she was in the room when I took out the catheter as well. She does a checkoff system, so if she doesn't feel like we're qualified, then she is in the room when we do that, when we perform that, that task.
So we've looked at this already, but on page 25, that's where it was documented that you gave the bolus 3 different times, correct? Or that's what's in question there.
Hang on. I've got it all mixed up.
It's okay.
You said page 25?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
You it's like did once on the 26th and then twice on the 31st. Do you see those?
Yes.
And those were for that, what is in the documents we have as a bolus, correct?
No, that's not what is on the MAR, no. It just says 1 liter of fluids.
Which is what we've had several testimony to that is a bolus and what was, the order was written for. Like if you look, flip over to page 30, that there's an order. I'm sorry, 36.
Yes, sir.
You see it's 1 liter bolus right there, February 26. So that's that order. So that, there, you documented that you gave two boluses actually, and 3 if you count the 26th and 31st. And there's been some talk, and you said this a while ago, that you talked to the doctor, but there's nothing in the documentation that states that there was any verbal order. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Can you tell us how fast you ran the IV fluids that were ordered?
If I remember correctly, when I counted the drops, it was 55 to 60 drops a minute. I can't remember the exact number.
But on the nurse's notes on 47, it just says it's running freely.
Yes, sir. Like I said, this is my first IV that I had ever done, so my documentation was very vague and I should have went into further detail.
But if you, and it's in here, we can,
Yeah, I documented as per the doctor's order, and I should have put in there that I reached out to the MDs to change to run it a different method.
So let me just put it this way. So you see on page 47 that it definitely, you documented it ran freely, correct? On page 47. I was gravity fed.
Yes,
Okay. And at 11:08 is when it says it was started, and 12:21 is when it was done. That's what we have documented, right?
yes, that's what's documented, but like I said, I believe that 11:08 was a late documentation.
But we don't have a note saying it was late.
Exactly.
And as it's been discussed, I'm sure all these students, if it was not documented,
It didn't happen.
correct. And if you will, on page 76, we looked at this earlier, Dr. Burks covered this. This is the chart that essentially shows what an LPN can and cannot do. And the max dose on anything that an LPN can do is 150 milliliters per hour. So by what we have documented, that it couldn't have happened within that hour and 14 minutes. It's gonna be past that rate.
That's why I said that nurse's note from 11:08 was put in late. And I should have specified that.
But we don't have that.
No, sir.
So you think this is just a documentation issue versus a scope of practice issue? Is that essentially?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But if it's a scope of practice issue, what we have ordered was for a bolus. So if you didn't administer a bolus, then you
I
didn't
should
give
have
a bolus.
clarified the orders to state that it was not bolus, that it was at so many drops per minute.
I guess what I'm saying is, right, but even if your testimony is that you didn't give a bolus, what's ordered is a bolus, so it's still a scope of practice issue. You said you went to East Central. Are y'all taught in East Central what your scope of practice is?
Yes, sir.
Do y'all ever go over the chart that's on page? Are you taught the chart that's on page? Starting on 76 of the IV fluids that are board approved?
There was several years ago, but it does look familiar.
So you should know that that's what you should do, correct?
Yes.
And there should be some type of calculation that's done, because I believe there's been testimony that there was no pump.
No, sir. We don't have pumps.
So there has to be a calculation that's done, is that right?
A dosage calculate, yes. That's why I said it was like 55 to 60 drops per minute.
But we don't have that.
No, sir.
Do you think that's something that should be in here if that's what happened?
It should be.
Question, John?
Right? Any questions from the board for Ms. Mosley?
Miss Mosley, I've got a couple of questions for you. First being this, what is your current position today? Or better yet, what is your position at the time of this event at Madison County Nursing?
I was infection control.
Infection control. So as the infection control nurse, did you often work the floor, give medicines, push a cart?
Yes, I still do
You did.
from time to time.
So your administrator said y'all are pretty well staffed. What's the reasoning that you work the floor?
On this day, I was not working the floor. I was just given the order for the IV because I'm IV certified as an LPN.
So you were not working the floor, you took the order.
Yes,
You
sir.
noted the order. I assume you probably put it in.
No, I did not note that. One of the orders was noted by another nurse.
But one of the orders was noted by you, correct?
sir.
Okay. And I assume if you noted the order, you put it on the MAR.
Yes, sir.
And we acknowledge that what's put on the MAR and what the order says is two different things.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And so you noted the order, you got it to the MAR, and then you came out of your office as infection control nurse and went to issue the IV.
My office is directly across from where this patient's room was, so I was in and out constantly checking on her.
Now, you've made the statement at least twice I've heard that this was the first IV you had ever done.
Yes, sir.
But according to your license, you were issued your IV certification on August of 2017.
We practiced on like fake arms at the facility in nursing school.
Right, right. So between 2017 and 2024, had you done any continuing education, any? I guess I'm kind of bumfuzzled a little bit that it was what, 6, 7 years and you had never done an IV.
No, sir.
Did you feel competent to do this IV?
I'm always drawing labs for our facility as well, so
Well, I think you and I both know as nurses, there's a big difference in venipuncture versus an IV.
yes, sir.
That's a very big difference. And I think we would also, would you agree that you probably should have had at least a skill check off by your DO?
ON was in the room with me.
And this was the first IV you had ever,
Yes, sir.
Additional questions?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
So you said that you had it running, what you were guessing of 55 to 60 drops per minute.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Do you know what drop set you were using? Because there's multiple drop sets.
What do you mean drop sets?
You have a micro, you have a macro drop.
No, I was just counting drops from the
Because each
line.
drop, when you do a drop set, it's either 10 drops, 10 drop set, a 60 drop set. And those drop sets make a difference on how many milliliters is being dropped at a time. And in order to calculate a drip calculation from gravity like that, to calculate that, you have to know what type of IV you're using, IV tubing.
Mhm.
You have to know what it is. It says it on the package. In order to calculate that, you've got to have that in your equation. You gotta have whether it was a 10 drop set, 60 drop set, 15 drop set. You gotta have.
I can't recall what that was.
So, and also you have to have a time frame in order to calculate that. Because if you just got it dropping at what you considered at 55 to 60 drops per minute, that can anywhere to be a half a milliliter to a whole milliliter per drop.
Okay.
So it's a big difference. I mean, it's that actual calculation.
Yes, ma'am.
You also have to have over so many hours when you calculate that to figure it in your time. So that makes it an infusion rather than a bolus.
Yes, ma'am.
My question is, and that, in following up on Ms. Clanton, that's the importance of, because I had Ms. Moore tell us it infused over 5 to 6 hours, but you're telling us now that it's 4.5 to 5 hours. So I need
Right.
more clarification of how long did this
Said-
infusion go?
I mean, that was almost 10 months ago. So, I mean, I can't, I know it ran, we started it early that morning. By the time when I documented at 11:08, the IV was already running freely by gravity when it was documented. I mean, I was in and out of the room when I sat down and actually documented on that resident. It should have been charted as a late entry.
Now, based on what you've expressed to Mr. Cummins about your competency, what have you done since this action? Have you done anything to improve your competency on IV therapy?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any additional questions?
I've got one clarification. I guess I'm a little confused, and if you'll help clarify it for me. I'm looking at the MAR. It looks like on the 26th, the scheduled time was 11:30 a.m.
Yes, sir. Like I said, it was a late entry and I couldn't back the time up to be able to document it.
So one that's documented 11:08. Is that for the 26th? I'm hearing you say you started early that morning, but it's ordered for 11:30. And I do see that there was one on the 31st at 8 AM.
Yeah, the 31st, on the 26th, that order was put in late. That's what I'm saying. It was all done a late entry because I was in the room.
But the time code is 11:30 AM, meaning that's the time it's to be given.
I couldn't back the time up. I mean, that's illegal. That's when I put the order in the computer.
You're saying you
It's
gave
already-
the IV before you put the order
No,
on?
it was already started. It was still running at that time.
So you
It
gave-
didn't
you
finish
gave the
until
med-
like 12:30.
You gave the medicine, you started the IV, you gave the medicine, and then you put it on the OMR?
Yes, sir.
So you got an order. I'm just trying to get it, so help me out here.
Yes, sir. I got the order.
At what time?
8-ish.
Well, there's
There's not a time on it.
times. Date and time, whoever wrote the order didn't put a time, and whoever noted the order didn't put a time. Okay. I do see over to the side. It says 10. No, it's the room number 103A.
Yeah, that's the room number. Is he?
Is it y'all's policy not to time orders?
No, we usually put a time on it. That's not my signature. That was the other nurse for the unit.
So you really don't know what time the order came in?
I'm thinking it was around 8:30-ish.
Who is E. Jackson?
That's the nurse that works day shift on the Alzheimer's unit.
That she works day shift.
Yes, sir.
So saying she comes in at 7 AM.
Yes, sir.
So it would be assumed that it was received after 7 AM.
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Valley testified. Am I correct that Dr. Valley testified that she had come and visited with the resident that day?
Yes, sir.
So I assume that was during maybe morning, right? Did she round early in the morning?
Yes, sir. She came early. I had called her about this particular resident and her condition.
What time do you get to work?
7.
7.
Mhm.
So she was there somewhere 8 to 9 o'clock, I assume.
Around 8-ish, 8:30. No later than 8:30.
So, would it be correct to assume that it's probably 9:30 before the IV started?
Yes, sir. At least by 9.
All right, so an order was received on 1/26 that morning. It was noted by E. Jackson, who is a nurse on the Alzheimer's unit.
Mhm.
They came and told you they had an order and you jumped up and went and started the IV.
Now, I was actually in the DON's office when they came and said that there was a order for IV fluids. At that time, I did not know it was bolus.
You know what time you called to clarify until you said you told.
Dr. Valley was in the facility. When I went and obtained the order, she was still in the facility because she was sitting in the room with this patient. She was waiting on us to obtain the urine sample because she was going to take it to the clinic so we could get the results back quicker.
All right, and you started the IV before it went on to the OR.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty, that's all I have.
I have, yeah, I'm still based off Mr. Cummings' questions. I just want to make sure I think I'm not. You said on the 26th, right? You're saying that this was started at 8 or 8:30?
No later than 9. Yes, sir.
But that's not even, like Mr. Cummings said, that's 11:30 on the MAR. And then even in the notes, the earliest it's noted is at 11:08.
Yes, sir.
We don't have anything for 8 or 8:30, right?
It was a late documentation and I should have specified that.
Okay.
Anything you want to add, Ms. Mosley?
On your, what MAR system do y'all use? Point click care?
We're using AHT.
AHT. I'm very familiar with AHT. So you can't go in there and assign a time code on AHT?
You can. for a future time. But like I said, I had to put it in for the time where I could go back to tomorrow and sign it off. Cause I don't back time. I've been taught you don't back time.
No further questions? from anybody? Okay. Yeah, so, anything from the closing statement?
Ma'am.
All right, do you have any additional witnesses? These rest at this time?
I can't hear you.
Conclude your case at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll begin now with closing statements, starting with, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's been a lot of talk about late documentation and verbal orders, but all we have is what's documented. There's no, a bolus was ordered. We have a couple of orders for a bolus. There's no rate on them. We have testimony that says that there was no pumps. There's a bolus given and documented on different occasions. And from the documentation, it did not run over 4 or 5 hours or 5 or 6 hours. It ran over about an hour and 15 minutes. Without question, Ms. Mosley has violated the Nurse Practice Act. And if it wasn't a bolus that was given, then it's still a scope of practice issue because she didn't follow the orders that were given. And even if that's not the case and that it's a documentation issue, well, she's guilty of the charges that she's charged with because it's not the standard practice of the nursing practice to document something you didn't do. So I think without question, there's violations of the Nurse Practice Act here. And we respectfully ask the board panel to consider taking disciplinary action on her license.
Ms. Mosley?
I still don't feel like I did, that I practice outside of my scope performing a bolus IV. I sought out and received verbal clarifications to practice within my scope, as evidenced by my DON and Dr. Valley, and the 2 letters or 2 statements by Dr. Valley and Dr. Goel, who have both stated that I sought re-advice from them to change the order. I do feel like I did a documentation error. I should have went back and clarified the orders to state that they were not going to be running by bolus. In my documentation, I did state that it was an IV bolus order, but later in documentation, I explained clearly that the fluids were running by gravity. Yes, I should have put in there that it was, how many drops a minute over how long. And that I am terribly sorry. I said, this is my first IV, my first documentation error, so no. Hurts.
This concludes the hearing. Case number 2024-0099 involving the licensee, Ms. Amanda Marie Mosley. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session, determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I like the motion.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I like that motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is in executive session and will return when it's All right, we are back on the record. I will announce the board's decision in case number 2024-0099 involving the licensee, Ms. Amanda Marie Mose. The board finds the licensee guilty of all charges. The penalty imposed is a restricted license. The restrictions, some of which are imposed for 12 months. So I'll walk through. So you have a formal reprimand, $500 fine, single state license, and then the restrictions included within the order must be completed within 12 months. Conference with a compliance officer. So some of the restrictions, you must present and future employer notification, quarterly reports, employer reports. Then there's a prohibited area of practice. This one is upon completion of the IV LPN expanded therapy certification course. Upon completion of that course, then you can begin the practice of LPN expanded therapy. So you can begin that role again after you complete the certification course. You have up to 12 months to complete it, but upon completion, then you will be able to practice. So that prohibited area of practice is prohibited until you complete the LPN expanded therapy certification course, right? And then there are educational courses, other education courses, the documentation course, legal aspects of nursing, medication administration, and righting a wrong. So you have 12 months to complete those, and then you have to submit your quarterly reports and notify any present or future employers for this of this order within this 12-month period. And then and then your practice within the LPN expanded IV therapy role, that practice, you can't do that within this during the course of this order until you complete the LPN expanded therapy certification course. So this concludes quarterly reports. Those come from your employers, and that language will read, you'll be required to have your employer submit a report of supervised practice form quarterly to the board. Our reports are due in the board's office on or before the 15th day of March, June, September, and December. Employer reports, you must have each employer in your field submit quarterly progress reports in writing, which speak to the day-to-day job performance evaluation with an emphasis on administration and documentation. Yes, yes. And you submit those to the board. And a part of this order, you must meet with the compliance officer with the board. And so if she can, I guess, sort of help you decide, help you with how to have your employees submit those, the logistics of that. Yeah, any questions?
I have one question, Ron, just for clarification, because she is IV certified, right? We're saying she's staying certified, she just can't practice until
she takes
that course. She maintains her certification, but she's prohibited from practicing IV therapy until she gets that course. Is that what I understand?
The certification course. Okay. So you're prohibited from the practice of from practicing in that role of LPN expanded IV therapy until you complete the certification course. Once you complete it, then you're no longer prohibited from practicing that area for the duration of this order. And you have basically 12 months to do that.
That's online.
It's a hybrid course.
It's a hybrid course.
Just for clarification, Your Honor, I'm sorry. So is the board ordering that she has to complete the IV therapy expanded certification again, even though she's currently certified?
Correct.
Okay. And that she cannot practice in that expanded role until after the restrictions are lifted and after she's recertified?
She can't practice in that role until she submits proof to the board that she has completed the certification course. Questions? The order you get will be more detailed and provide, you should receive it in the mail within like 45 days or less. Like I said, once you get it, be sure to meet with the compliance officer, which is a part of the order.
She's here on this campus.
I believe your compliance officer is one person, but I don't want to say that. Rebecca. But in your order, it's just gonna say compliance officer. The announcement of the board proceeds with that matter. We'll call up the next matter on the docket. Case number 2023-0175 and case number 2023-0122 involving the licensee, Ms. Latasha Smith, license number R-879066. Right. Good afternoon. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the hearing panel for this case to state their names for the record.
Drew Calhoun.
Jeremy Cummins.
Sandra Culpepper.
Okay, and Mr. Calhoun, you are the alternate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee, Ms. Latasha Smith, present?
Yes.
And Ms. Smith, are you represented by counsel?
No.
All right. You understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you?
Yes.
And do you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf? And you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf? And understanding all of this, you want to proceed in this matter without legal representation? All right. Now I want to identify the individuals in attendance that will give testimony today. Ms. Smith, are you testifying on your behalf today?
Yes.
Any witnesses, Mr.?
No, Your Honor.
So at this time, the court reporter will swear you in, Ms. Smith.
Swear you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
Are there any preliminary matters?
There are, Your Honor. We would request to introduce an evidence B1 through B8. I believe B1 through B8 and then R1. Also, just as a preliminary matter, Ms. Smith indicated that she was agreeable to, we've stipulated to agree to the facts in the complaint. So the state's not going to call any witnesses. She's agreed to admit to all the facts in the complaint and the charges in the complaint. So it means that Those are facts that are true as they're taken. Were similar to what was done this morning. There's just not a written stipulation of facts. Ms. Smith can attest to that. I don't want to speak to her for her. But that's what she's agreed to do today. She said that she would answer questions.
All right, I need to clarify something. So you say she's admitted to the facts and charges, or
She
just the
said
facts?
she said she would admit it to the facts in the complaint. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Facts as they were stated in the complaint.
so just the facts, all right.
Mhm.
And you agree, Ms. Smith, to, the facts alleged in the complaint?
Yes.
You're admitting to the facts alleged in the complaint? All right. All right, and the exhibits, you say you have, B1 through 8 and R1?
Yes, Your Honor. B1 through B8 and then R1.
All right, any objections from the parties, to the admission of exhibits B1 through 8, B8 and R1 into the record? Any objection, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor. Could we also seal these? I believe they may have some patient information in some of them, just out of abundance of caution.
All right, any objection, to the admission of the exhibits, Ms. Smith?
No.
All right, so the exhibits B1 through B8 and R1 are admitted into the record for today's hearing, and they are admitted under seal to protect, patient information. Any other preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor. That's all I had.
Thank you. All right, so we'll proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, allow for closing statements. And so, Ms. Smith, I understand that you have agreed to the facts alleged in the complaint. So I'm going to allow the board an opportunity to review the exhibits, and they may have some questions for you after that.
Any questions for Ms. Smith from the board?
I do. So, Ms. Smith, based on some of the facts of significant diversion, obviously, during that time period, I know that you had some other precipitating factors such as with your son. Are you currently seeking any help or assistance with this issue?
I see a therapist.
Based on this right here, do you believe yourself to be an addict?
I was an addict, yes.
Have you begun any NA meetings?
I have NA meetings.
How long have you been attending those?
It's been since that date. It was like I went into a rehab program and finished it in March, April. And so
In house in March or April?
it was April when I finished it. So it's been since then.
Okay. So before you made the comment in your documents that this all began in June, correct?
Mhm.
However, we didn't see you come under them until August. So did you divert at other facilities?
It was yes, is the hospital in Arkansas and the one in Greenville. I was working both jobs around the same time. I mean, both jobs.
Thank you for your honesty on that. Before this time period, had you had any write-ups or incidents at all during your tenure as a nurse?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from the board?
What do you consider your date of sobriety?
It's been let's see. I went in March, April, May, June, July, August, September. It's been 7 months.
Do you have an exact date?
7 months. You want the date that I actually,
Date of sobriety.
it was April no, not April, sorry. It was February, the 30th, around that area.
Of this year?
Yes.
When did you complete?
23, wasn't it? 23.
23.
Yeah. Let me make sure. Twenty, 23.
23.
Yeah.
But this was just referred to us in April of this year, correct? So that's when
I think, yes.
your license was suspended in April of this year.
Yes.
And where have you been working since?
I had worked at a hospital in Tupelo, and then the last place was a nursing home in Greenville doing MDS.
But since your license has been suspended in April of this year, have you worked anywhere?
No.
You've done nothing?
No.
And when did you complete your treatment at Haven House?
Wait a minute, it's on here. April the 15th.
Of last year or this year? And so I understand you're here today accepting guilt of the charges brought before you.
Yes.
But I also saw in the back quite a few letters petitioning for you to get your license back. You understand that's a process.
Yes.
You understand.
Mm-hmm.
So one more question for you. How often are you going to AA meetings?
I go at least 3 to 4 times a week. I go to the NA meetings.
You've been doing that since when?
since April the 16th, the day after.
Of last year?
Yes,
And do you have a sponsor?
I do have a sponsor.
Who's your sponsor?
My sponsor is Deshandra Gales.
Okay. How long has she been your sponsor?
She's been my sponsor since April the 16th.
Everything changed in April.
Hmm.
Everything changed in April of last year.
Yes,
Okay. Have you had a chemical dependency evaluation?
at the rehab facility I did.
And so you identify as an addict.
Yes,
And do you go to, maybe it was asked just a moment ago and I missed it. You go to counseling or any type of
a therapist. that is-
outpatient treatment?
Yes, it's a therapist that's at Life Health Center in Greenville. At first it was monthly, and now it's like every other month. And then the last meeting I had, he said he's gonna schedule it not so close together.
You have a support system?
I do, a wonderful one. I do.
Tell us tell the board a little bit about your support system.
My husband, of course, is right over there with me. My sisters, my brothers, my son, now my stepkids, friend, colleagues, well, former colleagues, and I'm not working now, but yes, they help me.
When's the first time you ever used drugs?
That was in June of when was that? Was it 23? No, of 22. I think when it started, August.
August of 22.
June, August. I'm trying to get my dates right. It was, yeah.
August of 22. And did that drug you start with diversion or did it start with street drugs?
No, not street drug, just at the hospital.
At the hospital. And was there a life event or something that led you to do that?
It was several. First, my mom, hold on one second. I had a stroke. And then my son, my only son, had got shot. And then my dad had unexpectedly passed. And then my husband had got diagnosed with cancer. Like, it was like all this.
I hit it one time. So you diverted the drugs to run from the problems. Help you rest.
Hmm.
They help you rest and to get away from the problems.
Try to mask it, actually, the pain and all that. And I've learned that with my therapist and rehab stuff.
Do you ever work while you were under the influence?
I didn't.
Work while you were under the influence.
Just when I would go home, and this wouldn't be around the family and stuff that doesn't happen to them. And try to be strong and try to take care of them and stuff, and I take care of myself.
Are you the only one that ever used the drugs or did you share them with others?
Just me.
Only you? And did you ever sell any of the drugs?
No.
Or only for your use?
Yeah.
Smith,
Yeah.
But if you wanna give a, statement to the board, before we conclude your hearing, you can do it now.
Like, totally, totally out my character. And I would love to keep nursing because that's my passion. That's it. That's it.
Wait, open, closing, Your Honor.
Conclude the hearing. And, case number 2023-0175 and case number 2023-0122 involving licensee Ms. Latasha Smith, license number R-879066. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I'll make that motion.
A second motion.
All in favor? Any opposition? Here none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session. to deliberate on this case.
I'll make that motion.
A second.
All in favor? Any opposition? Here none, at this time, the board is in executive session and will return with its decision in this matter. Case number is 2023-0175 and case number 2023-0122 involving the licensee, Ms. Latasha Renee Smith. The board finds the licensee guilty of all charges. The penalty imposed is suspension, but the suspension is immediately lifted upon completion of certain preconditions. And then after you successfully complete those preconditions, you can obtain a restricted license for 60 months. And the preconditions are, so a formal reprimand will be issued, a $500 fine, conference with the compliance officer. You must also identify and provide to the board a primary physician or a nurse practitioner, certain releases, a support group, and a chemical dependency evaluation. Once you complete that, according to the terms of the order, then you can obtain a restricted license, and the restrictions will apply for 60 months. And those are a single state license, present and future employer notification, quarterly reports, employee reports, indirect supervision, maximum hours, certain prohibited areas of practice, AA attendance, drug screens, and maintaining a sponsor. So that's the gist of it. It'll be detailed in a final order to you that you should receive within 45 days. But that's the basic rest of it. So do you have any questions?
No.
You should receive a copy of this within 45 days or less, and it'll explain it to you. But you know, your precondition before issuance of that restricted license is the eval. We're gonna take a brief 2-minute recess and return back on the record at 3 o'clock. I understand the students want to take pictures, and we're gonna allow for that right now. So a 10
He didn't do it before, but yeah.
But you know those.
Because we don't know names. None of those on that printout.
And guy was in there, he was now, he got
Oh my.
He requested.
It maintained, it's not in the capacity that she had before.
They waived any further costs too, so that there was nothing, we didn't have to send it. He waived service.
All they gotta do is tell us.
Yeah.
Ready? All right, Shan's ready for y'all.
Okay. We are back on the record. I'll call up the next matter on the docket. Case number 2023 and 1095 involving the licensee, Ms. Kirsten Griffin, license number R-912431. I am Kristen Love, and I'll serve as the head officer matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions raised by the party, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the hearing panel for this case to state your name for the record.
Jeremy Cummins.
Sandra Culpepper.
Chinese Planning.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee, Ms. Kirsten Griffin, present?
No, Your Honor, she is not.
Right, have, any witnesses or exhibits, address notice provided to Ms. Griffin of today's hearing?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request, well, the state's gonna call Mr. Dwayne Jameson to testify. We would also request that B1 through B12 be admitted into the record. We can speak to those as well.
So B1 through B12 are admitted, and examination on the notice provided to Ms. Griffin of today's hearing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Mr. Jameson, have you checked the sign-in sheet and seen if Ms. Griffin is here?
Yes, I did check.
Or was Ms. Griffin or her counsel signed in?
No.
If you would look at page 19. Oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor, can we swear the witness in before I start?
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I'm gonna back up. Mr. Jameson, what is it you do here at the board?
I'm the director of criminal background checks and investigations
And how long have you worked at the board?
since 1991.
So you're familiar with the investigations that go on here at the board?
Yes, I am.
Has Ms. Griffin signed the sign-in sheet or her counsel?
No.
And you've checked that today?
Yes, I did.
And have you heard anything from Ms. Griffin or counsel regarding today's hearing?
I have not.
If you would, look at page 19. Can you state what this is, what it's titled?
This is an agreed order of continuance, in the case of Kirsten Griffin.
Okay. Do you see that for that first sentence? Just read that first paragraph for us. Can you tell us what it says, when it was originally set?
This cause was set for hearing on Monday, April 8th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m. Counsel for the respondent has requested a continuance, and counsel for the board agreed to continue the matter until October 2nd, 2024 at 8:30 a.m.
Okay, and then does it say, was any further service needed? Does it say is waived? Can you speak to that?
In the next sentence, it states the respondent authorizes a waiver of further service or process for said hearing.
Okay, and did the respondents' counsel sign and date that a continuance?
Yes, it did.
Okay. If you will, go back to page 6. Can you identify what this is right here on page 6?
Okay, page 6 is the notice of hearing.
And was the original date, can you tell us what that notice of hearing was sent, what date it says?
The date that it was sent,
I'm sorry, the date that it says her hearing was originally set for.
Monday, April 8th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m.
So that's the same date that was in her continuance we looked at, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Mr. Jameson, if you would, let's turn to page 7 and ID that for us.
ID is 7 is a copy of the complaint.
And can you tell us what the charges against Ms. Griffin were?
The charges include that the respondent was negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. It further references possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed. And there were a total of 4 charges represented.
Okay, you can just sum up those. You got the charges.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any facts? Is there that support those charges? Do you want to sum those up?
Yes. The facts that surround the charges include on or about November the 15th, 2023, respondent was arrested at Walgreens in Clinton, Mississippi when she arrived to pick up a forged prescription. The medication was allegedly prescribed by Dr. Mendoza in Clarksdale, Mississippi. The arrest was made after the pharmacist contacted Dr. Mendoza and inquired about the prescription to respondent. Dr. Mendoza denied writing the prescription and any other prescription to respondent under his name. The doctor also stated that respondent is his ex-wife. The forged prescription was dated November 14th, 2023. According to the arresting affidavit, respondent has been writing and filling prescriptions on her ex-husband's prescription pad since respondent's divorce in December 2022.
Okay, thank you. If you will, flip over to page 21. Can you identify that for the record?
Okay, this is a copy of the actual prescription in question.
Okay, and do you see who's named on that prescription?
The name is Kirsten Griffin, and it's dated November 14th, 2023.
And this was the same date you just referenced in the complaint, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell us what that prescription was for?
Prescription was for Xanax 0.5 milligram.
And can you say who's the name that's on that, on that prescription pad, the doctor?
Actually, there are 2 doctors' names, one being Shion H. Mendoza and a second physician, Colette Scott.
Okay. And on page 20, can you turn to page 20 and identify that for the record?
Page 20 is a handwritten statement from the pharmacist made to the Clinton Police Department.
And what's that? Okay, I see. Just for the record, can you kind of run through his statement that the pharmacist made to the police department? You don't have to read all of it, you can summarize it.
Okay, basically, the pharmacist referenced this prescription that was brought in for Ms. Griffin, and that he was suspicious of the prescription, so he contacted the doctor's name, and according to the doctor, he did not write this prescription for Ms. Griffin. And it further states that the doctor questioned and asked if the person lived in Clinton, and that would be another reason he would not write the prescription, because of him living, working out in Clarksdale, Mississippi.
Okay, so the whole thing came about because his prescription was suspicious to the pharmacist.
Yes, that's correct.
And is the doctor that's named in here the same one that's named on, one of the doctors is named on that prescription pad?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what was that doctor's name?
Dr. Mendoza.
And so the prescription we just looked at on page 21, that's the one that started the investigation by the department. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go to page 22. Can you tell us what this is on page 22?
Yes, this is a felony affidavit for the offense of forged, false, or fraudulent prescription through the County of Hinds Clinton Municipal Court.
And who's charged on that?
Kirsten Shakira Griffin.
All right, and on page 23, you identify that for the record?
This is an affidavit of underlying facts and circumstances in support of an affidavit for the offense of forged, false, or fraudulent prescription.
And who's listed as being charged on that affidavit?
The person being charged is Kirsten Shakira Griffin.
And was this was given under oath, right? Because this was an affidavit, is that your understanding?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. If you would just kind of run through that too, if you can read it or sum it up, whatever is easier.
Okay, the affiant is Detective Brent Mitchell. And in this affidavit, it states that on 11/15/2023 at approximately 17:10 hours, Clinton Police Department received a call from the pharmacist at Walgreens located at 204 East Highway 80 in Clinton, Mississippi, in reference to a prescription forgery. It further states that Ms. Griffin submitted the prescription for prazolam 0.5 for 30 pills. The pharmacist at that time suspected that the prescription looks suspicious and at that time contacted Dr. Mendoza.
Okay, and according to this detective, where did Miss Griffin state she got the prescription pads again?
She stated that her ex-husband, Shion Mendoza, gave her 2 full prescription pads when they were married.
And did she admit to writing prescriptions for the last year?
Yes, she did.
According to this affidavit?
That's correct.
Okay. On page 29, look at that real quick. Can you identify that on page 29?
Okay, on page 29 is a printout of prescriptions for alprazolam. And at the bottom of that printout, there's a statement made by Dr. Mendoza that states none of these prescriptions were written, authorized, or even known to me. There are no records to be sent because the named individual is not my patient.
Okay, is that his statement notarized?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so he states that none of those on prescriptions were authorized to be written and he didn't write them in.
That's correct.
Okay. So does this statement by the doctor, the ex-husband, confirm what we looked at from the pharmacist and the detective statement as well?
Yes, it does align with those statements.
Okay, let's flip over to page 35, the last thing we'll look at. Can you identify this for the record?
Okay, this is a copy of an indictment filed February 16th, 2024, indicting Kirsten Shakira Griffin.
And what court was that filed in?
It was filed in the First District, Hinds County Circuit Court.
And can you tell us how many counts are listed on that indictment?
8 counts.
And what crime, excuse me, is listed, is she being indicted for?
She's been indicted for willfully, unlawfully, and feloniously possessing and delivering a false, fraudulent, and/or forged prescription of a practitioner, Shion Mendoza, MD, of Aaron E. Henry Community Health in Clarksdale, Mississippi.
And do you know if anything has happened with this case since this indictment?
There's not been a final disposition yet, but there's a court date set for January 2025.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions from the board for, this witness? Do you, have any other witnesses to call?
I don't, Your Honor. I attended the witness. State rest.
Thank you. This concludes the hearing in the case number 2023-1095 involving the licensee, Ms. Kirsten Griffin. Any closing statement, Mr. Walker?
Your Honor, we haven't heard from, as Mr. Jameson stated, there's been no communication or contact from Ms. Griffin or her counsel since that continuance was signed for, and requested by them. But I think the state put on plenty of evidence to show that she was guilty of the charges against her in the complaint. And we'll rest on that.
Call up the next matter on the docket, case number 2024-0270 involving the licensee, Ms. Olivia Newberg, license number R-910742.
Yes, Your Honor. We have a voluntary surrender that has been signed by the licensee to present to the panel.
All right, we'll take a look at it in executive session. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board.
I apologize. In case number 2024-0316, we just received the modified ASB for Victoria case. I would also like the board to consider during executive session.
At this time, I'll entertain a motions from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on case numbers 2023-1095, case number 2024-0316, and case number 2024-0270.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on those cases.
Motion.
I'll second. All in favor? Any 2023-1095 involving the licensee, Ms. Kirsten Griffin. The board finds the licensee guilty of all charges. The penalty imposed is revocation. In case number 2024-0316, the board accepted the ASP. In case number 2024-0270 involving the licensee, Ms. Olivia Nieberg, the board accepted the voluntary surrender. This concludes the announcement of the board's decision and the hearings for today.
Now make sure you go get